Alright, you got me now?
It's a little delayed when you say
Alright,
something.
we're testing. 1, 2, 3. Got audio? Oh, that's bad. Alright, how about now?
There's still a high-pitched static sound.
High pitch and staticky sounding?
Huh?
High. Listen to the phone, not me. High pitch and staticky sounding?
No.
How's the sound now?
I can hear you clearly now, but the static is really bad.
Okay, I just turned on some noise cancellation. Let's see how that does.
I can hear you clearly now, but the static is really bad. It got worse.
Worse. Still hearing the high pitch sound?
It's lower. It sounds more like the Forge, and I can hear you pretty good.
Okay. Still hearing the high pitch sound?
It's lower. It sounds more like the Forge, and I can hear you pretty good.
How about now? Did that just improve? Okay. Still hearing the high pitch sound?
It's lower. It sounds more like the Forge, and I can hear you. I heard myself twice on the video.
How about now? Did that just improve? Okay. Still hearing the high pitch sound?
It's lower. It sounds more like the Forge, and I can hear you. I heard myself twice on the video.
How about now? Did that just improve? Okay. Still hearing the high pitch sound?
It's lower. It sounds more like the Forge, and I can hear you. I think we're good now.
Alright, turn your mic off. I think that's going to cause more interference. And I think we can hear you just fine through mine.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so let me turn mine off.
Okay, guys. Sorry. We're going to eventually figure out this audio thing. I promise. Okay. What do you say we get started? We got the Forge lit because it was freaking cold out here this morning. And we're going to move over to our other camera so we can get these billets marked out and cut up. All right, 1 second, guys. I found the problem with the audio. Okay, you should be able to hear me now. Sorry, somehow the microphone got removed from this scene for this camera. All right, so I'll go back over that real quick. Not a big deal, I don't think. What'd you say?
Okay.
Yep.
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, and how's the quality sound?
Sounds pretty good, yeah.
Awesome. Okay, finally, we're there. All right, let's go over this one more time. Chloe, I got us on all the right stuff? Or do you now? Is it up on the screen over there? Okay, then we're good. Okay, 1084, 15 and 20. We're gonna do in 5-inch long billets. So we can see we got 5-inch. We're just gonna mark the 1084 all the way down, which I've already done. That way we only have to cut all this once. We're just gonna stack these on top of each other. Clamp them together. We're gonna put some tack welds down this, and then we'll take it over to the bandsaw and cut it up. All right, guys, it's going to be a little flashing lights. You know what? I could have done that a little bit smarter. Pull this off of the edge of the table so I don't weld my table. There we go. All right, got it all tacked up. Then we're going to take it over to the bandsaw and get it chopped up. I just need to make an adjustment on the bandsaw. Chloe, you want to let our folks over on Instagram know that we're live now? All right. Nothing special here, guys, just watching us cut some metal for a minute. Yeah, I would hold off on moving the camera there yet. I think I'm going to draw up what we're doing with the ladder pattern, how we're building that, and what it looks like. Maybe just move over to the dry erase board. I'll get that cleaned up. Maybe. I think I'm going to need a little glass cleaner. I'll be right back. Cha-ching! First cut done. Just a second. Getting some cleaned up dry erase board so we can talk about what the ladder pattern Damascus is going, or rather not what, how we're going to go through and develop that pattern. All right. No, I'm going to talk a little bit about this feature on the saw. This little guy right here is for setting how long you want something and getting it consistently cut every time. So we've got a line right here for our 5-inch cut. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and line up our saw with that 5-inch cut line, get it clamped, and then set this up. We just bring it out and get it butted right up against the end. Now we don't have to line up our saw blade to our line the rest of the time, because all we got to do is move forward, butt it up, and it's going to be exactly 5 inches every time. So that's going to save us some time on the rest of these cuts. All right, let's do an audio check real quick. Can you hear me while I'm talking when the saw's running? We're good? Okay. Yes. All right, just wanted to make sure. We'll get this next cut started. Then we're going to go over to the dry erase board and go over how we're going to put together this billet. Oh, okay. Sounds good. All right, can you flip us over to this other camera and let's check and see, make sure they can. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to zoom in on that. A little better? I think we're pretty much gonna be within this area right here. Oh, I wouldn't worry too much about that. More about this. Okay. All right, so what we're doing is we've got two types of steel, 15 in 20 and 1084. 15 and 20 has higher nickel content, so it's shinier, resists acid etches and corrosion better than 1084. And when you put your Damascus through your etching process, the 1084 turns a darker color. It's a gray, but we would tend to refer to this as black and white. So we have our stack. That's a little small, huh? So we have our stack. Say 1084, 15 and 20, 1084, 15 and 20. So we're just going to forge weld all that together. We're not going to do any special manipulation during the forge weld, during the pressing, or through the hammering. We're not going to manipulate this much at all. We're just going to squish it down flat. And then we're going to stack, or once we're done forging this out, that will make the billet go from 5 inches long to probably 10 inches or more in length. So then we're going to cut that right there, and we're going to stack those on top of each other. And then forge weld it together again. That's going to increase our layer count to give us a more compressed pattern. Looks more intricate, there's more detail in the pattern. Once we've got it all forged out and then we get it drawn out into a long bar, we're going to take our angle grinder and we're going to cut grooves in the face on both sides. That way, when we take it back to the forge and we take it to, we bring it out of the forge, go to the power hammer, we're going to squish down the steel where we cut out. So the raised parts are going to compress down to the same level as the parts that we cut down. And that's going to expose all the pattern that's through here all the way through. So we get this, almost looks kind of like this when it's done. but it's repeating over and over and over again, and it'll look like that on both sides. All right, got to get another cut going. One better?
Yeah.
Good.
Sounds a lot better.
Just one. Just this one. That's confusing. You want to let Tanya know we're live? So I'm sure you guys can already see the advantages of having that stop block at a measured distance, so we don't have to keep lining up that blade every time.
It's a little delayed.
It's getting a little warm in here now. We're gonna see. I can only go but so high for the forge, and I've got two different thickness steels here. I got 1/8 and 1/4.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have to double stack. No, actually I don't. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna double stack the 15 and 20. I think I'm gonna keep some nice thin, bright striations in this. So we'll do a pretty even count of each, but I'm not gonna know until I go to stack it up a little bit. Haven't really developed that intuitive sight for it yet. I'm sorry, Chloe, I can't hear you. These are for fillet knives.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. It's kind of loud in here, especially with the saw running.
I sound like Jack over there.
Hey, you want to see if you can get somebody to deliver us another laptop charger? I think there's one sitting on the couch. I think we're gonna need to have it for the other camera over there. Don't think it's gonna last for that whole time. Looks like 2 more cuts. Thank you, Ivan. features. All right, finally. All right. All right, so now we just got to get these little tack welds split out. It's pretty easy. Might not even need the chisel. There we go. Just like that. All right. Now we're just going to do alternating stack like I described before. So whenever you have the option, you want to use your thicker pieces on the outside because the outside of the billet from the heat tends to warp up like this. So have thicker pieces on the outside and or put a weld all the way down the center so they don't try to separate. All right, so see, we've got a thin piece on the bottom, so we'll have to do a tack or a weld across the bottom to reinforce it so it doesn't try to warp up on us. Want our billet as even as possible.
You're not going to use these other two pieces?
No, they're a little bit shorter. For any of you that don't know, I've got my handy dandy assistant Chloe with me.
Hi.
Thank you.
You want me to power the welder on?
Yep, we're ready.
All right.
Turn it up one notch. Yep. There you go. All right, now we're going to weld on a little nib. This is just something that we can use to hold with our tongs right onto the end of the billet. All right, you can turn off the welder, please, and open up the door. You open up the door.
Yeah.
All right, guys, now we're gonna drop this into some diesel fluid. So putting it into diesel fluid does a couple of things for us. The biggest thing that it does for us is, yeah, you can angle that up, is in between these layers, once this billet gets hot, it's going to start trying to build oxidation, and oxidation won't weld. So by putting it into the diesel fluid, which I got behind me here, it's going to soak in between those layers, and it's going to, as it fires off, as it flashes off, it's going to develop soot. That soot is going to fill in the spaces between the layers, preventing oxidation. Also, that soot is pure carbon, so it will add a little carbon into the billet. Probably pretty negligible, but it does do it. So we're just going to soak this in there for a minute and then stick it in the forge. Now, even though it's not necessary when you're using diesel fluid to use borax, I still typically do. I've had some failures even after using or dipping it in diesel, where some of the layers had still ended up with a little bit of oxidation in there. So once we put it into the forge, we're going to wait for it to get a dull red color, and then we're going to sprinkle just a little bit of borax over the layered edges, and then put it back in and bring it up to forge welding temperature. The borax kind of eats away at forge scale and causes almost like a liquid barrier against the oxygen around, so you don't get oxidation inside as easily. It can still happen, but it's not as easy for it to happen. Alrighty.
Let's get a close-up of the forge.
Okay.
Fire!
So now we wait. You might want to put on your long sleeve shirt now with these doors open.
I've been hot for a while, so.
Okay. After we finish burning off the diesel fuel, I should be able to shut the back door so we don't have quite as much airflow running through here.
Okay, cool.
You don't need you can disconnect the power on it for right now. We just need to have it for just in case. All right, looks like the diesel fuel's finished burning off. Oh, we're not doing anything yet. Now we just wait a little bit. It won't take too awful long. I'm using a ribbon burner forge, so forced air tends to be more efficient. That being said, I have some improvements to make, and it won't be too awful long, and we'll be building a new forge, and we'll take you along on that process when we do it as well. This one I built next to no money, so the steel is thin and it's just all welded, so it's not modular. We can't take it back apart and rebuild the inside, and it's just about time to do that. So we are going to go back through and build a new forge There's nothing wrong with the ribbon burner. That is perfectly serviceable. So we're going to repurpose that. There's plenty of other videos out there that shows you how to build a ribbon burner if you want to. That being said, when we're dealing with explosive gases, it's really dangerous to do this stuff on your own. If you don't know what you're doing and you're the type of person that rushes through things without really doing your research, really understanding what's going on, doing proper experimentation and using the proper safety measures, you're going to hurt yourself. So be careful doing anything like this. Last thing we want is anybody getting hurt, especially after watching one of our videos. So just keep in mind that the things that we do, they're dangerous and they require a sense of safety and an elevated sense of self-preservation. So, be careful, do this stuff safely, don't hurt yourself, don't hurt others. All right.
Oh, no, I can actually hear myself that time.
Oh, nice. Chloe, you want to flip over to our other camera?
Yeah. 1 second. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready. All right, see if we can get you guys a view of what's going on in here. Yeah, so it's a little brighter in the video than it is in real life. It's almost at a glowing red. I'm sure you can see where the nib that we hold is very hot, and the areas right around the nib on the billet are a little cooler. Those need to heat up a bit more, and then we're going to pull it out and put a little borax on it. All right. Guys, it really doesn't take very much borax, even if you're not using diesel. Really doesn't. What I'm using is probably even a little more than is necessary. See a lot of guys out there that borax or heavily flux their billets. And I get the comfort of doing that and wanting to preserve your work and the money that you've put into the steel. But it really doesn't do you much good to do that, and it actually causes you to lose more steel in the long run because it's going to require you to do more grinding to get all that off. You know, so just a little bit, a sprinkle. You just want to make sure you've got an even light coverage. If you have the temperature right when you apply it, it melts without bubbling, and you can see it. It'll spread across the steel and it'll go down into the cracks, and everything just looks kind of wet. As long as you've got the nice even wet coating, you've got enough borax. So the first thing we're going to do when we come out at a forge welding temperature is we're going to go over to our press, and let me flip over and show you that. So this is the press. It's a 60-ton hydraulic press that me and Chloe and my sons built. We're going to go over here to this after we pull this out of the forge to set the welds and bring down the size just a little bit before we move on to the power hammer to draw it out. Oh, yeah. Nene's our box. We just did that. We just talked about at least the first part. So the press, the hydraulic press. The next thing, our next big primary use is going to be that power hammer back there. And we'll get you a better shot of that when we move over to forge on the power hammer. And like I said, that'll be used for really drawing the steel out and getting it to the dimensions that we want it before we do our cut and restack. And then even after that, after we've done the restack and we set the forge weld again with the press, we'll move back over to the power hammer, draw it out a little bit, and then we're going to cut in those grooves all the way up the billet on both sides to start our ladder pattern. Once we're done with that, we'll bring it back up to a forge welding temperature and take it over to the power hammer and get all that squished right down. The press isn't the best, it will do it, but it's not the best tool for pressing down those extrusions. So the part that is standing above the rest of the grooves that we've cut in. And that's because it draws so much heat out of the billet as it's pressing. That has very large, let's get in on it a little bit. There we go. The dies are really large on that. So they suck a lot of heat out of the billet. And because of that, it won't quite get everything set down right. You can end up with some cold shuts where the metal got too cool and all that's got to be ground down. And it probably would be anyway. but you can do it a lot faster and a lot more efficiently using the power hammer and without as much risk of getting those cold shuts. All right, I'm gonna go check on this billet and see where we're at on temperature. Yeah, I think we're ready to set a weld. All right, Chloe, you might want to reposition this camera. Well, I guess this camera's probably fine where it's at. All right, yeah, go ahead and flip over to the press and we'll get going. We're just doing some light touches on this guy. We don't want to try to over press it. Just setting the weld. And then we want to go ahead and get it right back in the forge.
All right, Gary, we have a question from Adventure Times into Scripture. How long do you normally take to make a knife?
That depends on the knife. I'm gonna have a sit.
Yeah, let me get you down.
So, if I'm doing a chef's knife, probably 3 or 4 weekends at the minimum, where I'm working 2 days each weekend. I don't typically do this after work. Usually kind of tired, but yeah, it takes a while on a chef's knife. For smaller blades, for obvious reasons, they're quicker to pump out. So forge out the billet to the size you want, and we're typically doing those in batches rather than singles, where chef's knives are, you're doing one thing, you're doing one knife. So yeah, we get the billet down to the right size and to the right thickness, grind it all out, get it all cleaned up, mark out the blade out of it, cut that out, grind it, do the handle. It's a lot quicker process on a smaller blade. Still probably a couple of weekends, I would guess, to knock out a small batch of small blades like skinners or fillet knives. That answer your question?
Yes.
Fantastic. This has got to be left open a little bit more than that. So if you're getting chilly, you might want to put on your other shirt.
I was more worried about that, having chili in here, so.
No, it won't hurt the steel.
Okay. So you're gonna jump onto the power hammer next?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, we're gonna jump onto the power hammer next.
I think I'm gonna leave that camera a little bit.
Okay.
I think it's getting a little bit.
You're probably gonna want to hold it. The power hammer has a lot of force, and so you're gonna be able to, if you leave it on the tripod, you're gonna see it bouncing that video like crazy. Yeah, I think we're about ready. Okay.
We're about ready?
Yeah, each subsequent heat is going to happen faster and faster as we go through this, because the billet's already soaked up so much heat evenly through, and also because we're working it pretty quickly. Let's see. So this power hammer, I want to give a shout out to the guys we bought this from. That's Fiery Creek. I think, let's see, no, Fiery Furnace Forge. They build these things. They have, man, an incredible price, delivered, And this is not sponsored or anything, but the cheapest power hammer that you can get, pre-built, ready to go. It gets shipped to your place and you just have to install it. And I really don't have any complaints. It's doesn't have as much finesse as like a pneumatic hydraulic power hammer or something like that. Just the design. That's just the way this design is. Just doesn't have as much finesse. But if you're just getting started out, you need a power hammer to start producing some stuff a little faster. This thing is awesome. All right. Excuse me?
No, I was just talking.
Okay. All right, so that's drawing out pretty quickly, but the billet did get a little rhombus on us. And what I mean by that is that instead of square sitting perfectly parallel to each other, the whole thing has, here I can squish down, it's all right. The whole thing is moved off this way. So instead of sitting like this, we're now sitting like this. So what we want to do is we're going to take it over to the press. You can do it in the power hammer. Honestly, I haven't had enough practice with it yet to do that right and confidently. So we're going to move over to the press and we're going to get it squared back up, and then we'll take it back to the power hammer after that.
I got a couple of questions while you were
Oh, okay. Let me take a look.
with the power hammer.
Let's
You want me
see.
to read them off to you?
Oh, you can see it. So Ivan Martin asked, so far, what's the favorite thing you made? Let's see. What is the favorite thing I've made? I assume you mean forged. It might be a toss-up, I think, between... So we had a video that we just put out last night. You should definitely go check that out. We'll put a link in the description a little later on. Or actually, Chloe should be able to pop it in the chat for us here in a minute. But there's two knives. One I made for a friend at work, Turkish Damascus twist, one of my favorite Damascus patterns. It had a really pretty handle that I had somebody else collaborate and make the handle, collaborate with me and make the handle, and I forged out the blade and did the final and finishing work on it. And I really enjoyed that one. I think it's a very, very pretty knife. It performed very well. The second favorite one is the American style K-tip chef's knife that was also on that video, which I actually have to do a repair on the handle, but nonetheless, that's one of my favorites as well. I kind of like it's a little bit heavier, but it's still versatile enough to chop up vegetables really thinly and carefully. I mean, you can get some precision out of it, but if you got to go chopping up some ribs or something, I mean, you'll just pop right through it. So pretty versatile knife, and it was a pretty one, and I really enjoyed that one. There was another question you said, right?
I thought it was a question, but it was two more comments. They said that was some noise in the power hammer, and looks like Adventure Time into Scripture says that has some power.
Yeah, it's loud. It has some power. That it's very heavy head on that thing. it's slinging some weight. I'm kind of impressed. The amount of actual electrical power that's used to run that is pretty minimal. It's just a 110 volt motor, whereas the press, that I needed a 220 volt higher horsepower motor to get the press to the point where we could get 60 tons out of it. And so I'm pretty impressed that we can do that amount of work and sling that kind of weight around with such a small motor. Let's see. Yeah, so that's only a 1 horsepower motor on that thing. Oh, I don't really need that for the press. All right, we're going to move over to the press and get this thing squared back up. So to square this back up, what we need to do is turn it a little bit so that it starts pushing back the other way. All right, that's looking pretty good. Can you see that? Yeah? All right, so before it was very rhombus, whereas now it's pretty darn squared up. So when you're doing a slow press like that and you're trying to push the layers back against perpendicular to the layer, so the layers are stacked. You know what? Those are huge. The layers are stacked like this, and we're pushing from the side. So we're essentially telling these things, hey, we want to split you back apart. So you need to make sure that the temperature is up, and so that you don't end up shearing it off in a cold state. When it's cold, it will just shear right off. When it's hot, it's a lot more malleable. It just wants to move. It doesn't want to split. So you want to do that nice and hot, like you just saw. You know what, grab that chair. I see you over there kicking your legs up. It's easy to get fatigued on this concrete floor. Don't be afraid to grab a seat in between things. All right, that should be plenty long enough for the heat. We're going to take it back to the power hammer. All right, we'll probably do one more good run like that on the power hammer, and then let it cool for a while and get it cut. I'm probably going to cut it twice, and then so we've got a stack of 3, and that'll help us really get that layer count up. You know what? Did you even count? I forgot to count.
I did not count.
Sorry, let's see. We can figure it out real quick. So I don't know where our tape measure is.
There's one in the finishing shed.
You grab that?
Yeah, we're on the.
Here. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, sure, we know.
Yep. So this is exactly 48 inches. And I know that I'm missing at least one piece at 5 inches. So, sec. So that's 8, so 16 layers on the first stack. We're at 16 layers. So what's 16 times 3? 3 times, I don't know. I'm bad at that. That's why I have calculators. That's going to bring us up to 48 layers. Yeah, we're ready. No, we're going to be on the power hammer. trying to come free. All right, we're gonna have to fix that nib. I can't draw it out anymore with it like it is.
That's hot.
Yeah, it's hot.
Weld it back on?
Yep.
Alright, switch sides real quick.
Don't watch. Okay, all fixed. All right, let's get this back in the forge, get it heated back up, draw it out a bit more. Yeah, this will definitely be the last draw out because it just barely fits in the forge now. So we'll have to cut it after this one. We'll have to let it cool a little bit before we actually start cutting it. I at least don't want to see it glowing red.
Yeah.
I mean, you can do it, but it definitely degrades the integrity of the grinding wheel when you do that. makes you go through them a lot faster too. So we'll wait till it cools down just a bit. All right, ready to take this thing back, I think. Let me verify, make sure. Yeah, it's ready. You're good, you don't need to rush, and you just, yeah. It's all right. You'll need to make sure that that's still working. I'll wait for you. It's all good. No need to rush. Awesome. All right, here we go. All right, we're going to move over to this press real quick. We're going to straighten it up a little bit. That's looking pretty good. Now we're just going to clamp it up and let it cool a bit.
Right back in a little bit. I'm going to get a close-up of the forge.
Okay. In the meantime,
there was a question. What made you get started in forging?
Hmm. I think you probably already know the answer to that question. Uh, my wife said, "Oh, you could probably do that," when we were watching Forged in Fire, and I said, "Yeah, you're probably right. I probably could." And I'm like, "Well, let's try it." It's kind of it.
Okay, back to the forge.
All right, I'm gonna yeah, take a little break.
Okay, I'm going to work on getting our be right back message put up. So bear with me as I'm switching between windows. message up, please let me know if you can see it.
All right, guys, we're gonna move over to the billet and get cutting on this thing. We just got to measure it out real quick and cut it twice, restack, weld. Before we restack, before we even cut, we got to clean it up and make sure we got clean steel all the way down. So lots of grinding. curious how that audio is coming through with grinding. Is it too loud on there, or does it cut out a little bit?
It doesn't cut out.
Okay, but it's really loud.
It's kind of loud.
All right, let me try the noise cancellation on the microphone and see if that helps us, and you just give me a little feedback. Okay, can you still hear me? Okay, all right, and just let me know what's going on. Does that improve the quality at all?
Sounds about the same.
Okay, well, is what it is. We'll see if we can get that any better as we move forward. You all right there, Chloe?
I was anticipating you needing me to do the device.
I got it.
That's usually my job, so I was like, oh no, I'm not doing my job.
Yeah, my hand needs a second. I'll get back to grinding on this side. And we're going to chop off the ends to get rid of any potential splits or anything, and then we'll get it chopped up into thirds. Whew. All right. Next pass. All right, before I go through and cut, can you grab that camera and follow me over to the press? All right, folks, see this stuff right here? This is forged scale. It's hard, it's crumbly, it's really sharp, it'll slice you up. This is what we're grinding off. We're grinding this stuff off. This is not metal. This is carbon, and it doesn't weld, right? So if there's any little spot like this in there, yeah, that part's not gonna weld. That's gonna be a delamination, a spot inside the knife that will create a weak spot. So that's why we're grinding all this off to get it down to bare clean steel. All right. get the ends cut off first, and then we'll get it measured out and get it cut. Okay, let's see what we got left. So we're at 36.5 centimeters, which is just over 14 inches. 36.5. All right, Chloe, you want to split that into thirds for me? Yeah, centimeters.
So it's
36.5 divided by 3. So 21.1.
12.
Oh, 12. 12.1? Okay. That makes more sense. So 12. I need a better location for my wires. There we go. Fiddly. It's always fun trying to get these things off the floor. There we go.
It was fun recording you getting off the floor.
All right, guys, now it's just restack, re-weld, do it all over again. And what do we say this gets us to? 32 layers? No.
48.
48, that's right. That gets us to, this gets us to 48 layers. I'm actually going to weld this up over here at the vise. I want to get as tight of a clamp as possible on this thing.
Alright.
Because this metal, even though it's thick, it will squish in a little bit. The tighter we have these together when they go in, the better forge weld we're going to get. So you want to tighten that down for me a little bit. Let's get her clamped in there. There it is. All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am. All right, go ahead and turn it up one more and turn it on. Yep. Oh, the negative clamp. Saying that. Yeah, I kind of need this. All right. Hold this, please. Thank you.
Maybe to unclamp?
Actually, better way to do this. There we go. Thank you. Okay, hold that.
Done?
No, we got to put a nib back on this. And that one has definitely seen better days. So I think we're going to retire this guy.
There should be a couple other pieces. Actually, there's one in that range here.
Yep. Good. Excellent. I'm gonna, back with it. I'll just put this side on. All right. I think it's time to replace my stinger. You grab me another rod?
Yep.
Okay. Let me turn that off. All right, folks, we're gonna put this into the diesel now. Just like before, same process, no different. We're gonna let that kind of come down and cool in there, because as it cools, it'll draw the diesel all the way in. So just let it soak. Gotta air out this smoke. Yeah, I can see it. All right, I think it's time to get this thing in the forge. Yep. All right, that's going to take a minute to heat up, and yeah, we're just going to play the same game we did before. Heat it up, get it to a nice dull red, flux it with the borax, and then put it back up or in, bring it up to a forge welding temperature, set the weld with the press, and then draw it out with the power hammer. Sorry, I'll get out of your way. You might want to hook up that power if you can. You can use that extension cord right there. Just unplug it from that oven. There you go. Get that leveled out.
I know, it's been bothering me.
Here, I'll help you out a little bit.
I think
I need this. Let's see. Yeah, this way. All right, is that about right?
yeah, it looks right.
Probably. Yeah, this. Yeah. You probably should look at getting another tall tripod like this one that gives us the extension up. So this one's really old, and that piece that holds that lever point actually came off of a bike. It didn't come with this. Yeah. I had to piece this one together. Yep, stole it off a bike. So you guys might be wondering, Chloe, you might want to flip over. I don't know. You may want to just carry this. Oh, you can't carry it over. That's fine. Yeah. You guys might be wondering what we do with all of the scrap Damascus that we cut off the ends and don't use in a billet. And we're going to go over that real quick. So we do accrue quite a bit of steel. We're going to head over here. Yeah.
I'm gonna unplug it
Yeah.
right now.
So we take all the scraps, we throw them in this drawer, and you can see there's little things like that's got a little delamination right here. And you know, there's nothing wrong with this end piece at all. It's off of a twist Damascus piece that I was working on. Nothing wrong with those. Might have to cut off a little bit of the end on this guy, but this can be forged out into a knife. There's plenty of steel here for a knife, so we don't throw this stuff away. For the smaller pieces like this, or like all of these little pieces, we might put these inside of a dinosaur Damascus canister. And this has got a split right there in that middle, so all I would do is I would just cut that with the angle grinder, get it cut in half, and then throw it into a canister to make dinosaur Damascus. Yep, here's another split. This is from some Turkish twist. And yeah, I tried to forge it a little cold and it split, which is exactly what I was talking to you about earlier, about making sure that when you're forging something, especially against the grain or against the other forge welds, that you want to make sure it's hot enough that it's malleable and it doesn't want to split that seam. Yeah. All right, we're at a nice dull red. We're going to get this thing out and flux it. Yeah, this stuff puts off a little bit of particulate. All right, back in. Now we just wait until we get it up to a good hot forge welding temperature and set that weld. Yeah, I guess the other thing that we make with those small pieces of Damascus is some of the jewelry too. Some of that smaller stuff is, without having to put it into another billet, is really useful for the jewelry. I feel like this one's going pretty good, and it'd probably be really nice to turn this one into a long form video showing the process, editing out a bit. I think it'd be good. I think this one will do well that way. Yeah.
What's the next thing you are doing?
After this. Well, I'm actually got some Christmas gifts to get out, so we'll probably be doing that. Two of my daughters need some knives. They've recently got out on their own, and yeah, you can't have your daughters out there with crappy knives in the kitchen, so got to make that fixed. Oh, she's ready. Let's get this weld set. That's it. Stick it back in, bring her back up to temperature. I think I'm gonna set that weld one more time on the press. Is that because it had some pretty wide gaps. I could definitely see the flux pushing out from those gaps. So I want to make sure we've got a really good set on that. So we're gonna let it soak for a minute, go back, do that again before we go to the power hammer. Oh, you know what? Let's talk about the anvil for a minute. I see a lot of guys trying to get their ring out of their anvil. Most anvils have this space on the bottom which acts like a bell. And you got these guys, they're out there and it works, but I think usually it's kind of extra, a little unnecessary, put a lot more effort into it than is strictly necessary. So if you fill this area of your anvil with a foam, you lose a lot of that ring. Still a little bit there. And some of the techniques that the other guys are using would get that out of it. But when you hear those guys do the before and after and they tap their hammer, it's like bing, really high-pitched noise. And all we've really done is isolated with wood, which we're already on a stump. Now, if you're using a three-leg system or you've got it set in or on the concrete with a steel pole or something like that, you will have to take extra steps there to isolate some of that ringing, because that other material is going to want to vibrate along with your anvil. One of the things that a lot of guys do in that situation is they put some caulk between the base of the anvil and their anvil holder or stand, and that absorbs just enough of the shock that that tone isn't trying to reverb all the way through the rest of the steel underneath the anvil. You don't want to go heavy with it. You don't want to set you don't want to put a cellulose or rubber pad or something like that underneath it, because that's going to absorb your hammer blows and you'll actually get less of your work back up through your anvil into your steel. But for the most part, if you want to get rid of the ring, fill that empty space. Make it stop being just a bell. Most of these anvils, they're shaped just like a bell. And just like a bell, they're going to ring. So if you fill that up, it won't do that so much.
Talking about tools, someone wants to see your hammer.
Oh. Yeah.
Let me zoom you out a little bit.
Lighting's kind of bad there. Tilt it down for me.
Yep. Working on it.
There we go.
Yeah, you can see it.
So this is a steel. This is a forging hammer by Alex Steel. So it's flat on one side, rounded on the other. It's very well balanced, and the handle is very comfortable. I mean, it looks really basic, but most hammers are more rounded than this, and this really allows you to index this hammer really easily. So it's easy to flip it around, get it oriented the way you need it. Yeah, I really enjoy this hammer. Yeah, I'm about to check on it now. Yeah, we're good and ready. All right, like I said, we're gonna set this weld one more time just because I was seeing some of that flux get squished out of between the layers, and we want to make sure that we didn't just squish stuff out. We want to make sure that the weld actually set. Oh yeah, that looks really good. All right, very cool. Now we should just be able to go to the power hammer and get this thing drawn on out. That only needs to sit in there for a minute, not very long at all. It still is at a really good temperature when I put it back in there, but I want to bring it on up all the way before I start slamming on it with the hammer. Every so often I got to tighten those screws down. All that vibration and slamming loosens them up. All right, I think we're probably about ready as soon as I find my face shield. This is probably going to throw a little. Yeah, it's very hot.
Next would be the press, correct?
No,
No?
no, it's hammer. You gotta keep drawing it out.
Drawing it out?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, I gotta sit the fat man down for a minute.
I'm trying to have the camera up so that I can still see you instead of me having to run around with the camera and have it shaky.
Oh.
And then I can just grab it from there.
Okay.
I would have set it on the anvil, but
Yeah.
that's not a really
It's got
good place
diesel
for it.
and it's hot. And yeah.
Yeah.
Anvil's not a good place for a camera. Yeah, and look, folks, I know that some of the quality has been a little lackluster to begin with. We're working through it. We're working through it as quickly as we can. Audio issues are a little difficult to work through. I think we've gotten some good mic sets, but there's a lot of different things involved with getting the audio just right. So we're still working through that. I think we're doing pretty good, and issues will definitely be a lot more evident in the lives than they will in our long form videos. But we'll get it squared away. And I think the video we're doing okay on. You can let me know if there can be improvements, if you notice anything that we can do or know anything that we can do to help improve any of the audio or video. Definitely let us know. We're wide open for suggestions. We're working on getting a couple extra cameras to cover some better angles without having to manually move around quite so much. But yeah, just let us know what you think. If it's terrible, that's okay. Tell us constructively. You know, if not, and everything looks good, yeah, we're happy with that too. All right, guys, lunch just got here, so while we're letting that heat up a little bit, we're gonna munch. My goodness, I got a double dog in here. I gotta show you this. This is,
Hold on, let me zoom out.
check that out. 2 dogs, 1 bun. Ha 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 ha. Alright. I think it's time to get this thing squished out a little more. Alright. Alright, I think on this next, after this heat, we're going to move over to the press and work this down a little bit less wide. Right now, it's kind of wide for what we're trying to do, and I don't know, kind of wondering, let's see, we're at 48 layers. So that'd be what? 96 if we fold it again? All right. Yeah. Let me squish it down a bit with the press, and then I think we'll let it cool for a minute and get that chopped in half, do one more restack and weld, and then after that, and we finish drawing it out, we'll go ahead and start cutting in for our ladder pattern. Everything good, Chloe? I don't think you really probably need them anymore. I think we've gotten most of the audio issue squared away. I don't think there's much we can do about how loud things are right now, but I think for the most part we're pretty good. Yeah, that's what we used to call them back in the day when that was new. And not every phone came with a camera. I'm old. All right, we're gonna move over to the to the vise and get this thing cooled down a little bit. I need to straighten it a little more. Get it cooled down, grind it out again. We're just gonna cut it in half and restack, and yeah, then we'll get it welded back together. That'll get us up to 96 layers so that we can go ahead and cut in our ladder pattern. It's looking good. I don't see any splits or anything that looks like it could be a concern. So, yeah. You want to see that?
Yeah, give me a second.
Everything's looking pretty good. Yeah. So we're going to get that over here and let it cool. Nice. Still pretty darn hot. All right, we're gonna freeze ourselves for a minute. Run a fan across this thing. Cool it down a little bit. Oh, that feels good to sit.
I can see the heat moving off of the billet from here.
Yeah?
Uh-huh.
That's pretty cool. I can see it. Yep. So yeah, this billet's gone really well so far. We haven't had any failures. I think, if it keeps going like this, jinx, then we should be pretty good to go to get all the way through to the ladder pattern and be able to kind of show you what that looks like. Yeah, definitely. Let's see, how well can we see this? Sorry, I'm going to make an adjustment here for a minute. Sorry about the shakiness. Okay, so I don't know how well you can see this. I know you can see it a little bit in the camera, but right here on that billet, it's trying to split. So this is why we cut the ends off. This is something that happens pretty regularly on the ends. So we're gonna chop that back a little bit so that we don't have to worry about that split trying to carry further up in our billet. It's definitely looking good and solid though. You're gonna have a lot of work. Get this video edited.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of work.
That's okay. Now that I got a feel for it in our video from yesterday, I should have an easier time getting this condensed into a shorter video.
Awesome.
Excuse me.
So Chloe was just looking really funny because she was like, "What is that noise? What is that noise?" It was this clicking noise all of a sudden. She thought something was coming from behind her, but then we look up and we see this little guy up here flipping around, tap, tap.
Yeah.
Had her a little concerned for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's much prettier to look at than that ugly old billet. You can look at her for a minute.
I don't know about that, Gary.
All right. I think that the billet is ready to get cleaned up and cut. Okay. Okay. So if you guys are wondering why Damascus knives are so expensive, especially chef's knives, you're kind of seeing why. Look at the amount of steel loss that we have here. We got to cut off the ends. We got to grind stuff away. You see the stacks of forge scale around the press and power hammer. All of that was steel that used to be there when we started. So there's a lot of loss. And then of course, the amount of time. It takes a long time to custom build a knife. Oh Lord, there we go. You can turn that fan off. We only have to clean one side this time because we're only doing a single stack. So essentially what we're doing is folding it back over on top of itself. So we just cut it once, fold the two clean sides on top of each other. So we don't need to clean the other side too. We should probably mark this first. All right. $29.8. $14.9.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sure you didn't hurt his feelings too much. All right, here we go. That went great. Clamp her down for me. Great, thank you. Alrighty. Now where does it go, Chloe? Where's the billet go from here? Where are we going to put it?
Doesn't it need to go into the diesel?
Into the diesel. She's looking at me like I lost my mind, like I don't know what I'm talking about anymore.
They're like, what do you mean? You know this? Getting sassy looks.
Yeah. Alright, I'm going to let that soak a minute, just like before. Oh. Press. Yep. Yeah, so I think moving forward, I'd really like to see a more permanent camera right here.
Yeah, I agree. You look like Bigfoot.
All right, into the forge. Lots of fire. And carbon dioxide. And carbon monoxide. Doors open. Hey folks, we're gonna step away for just a minute. All right, we're back. It's about time to flux it, so I'm going to go ahead and do that now. These gaps are a little wide, so before I stick it back in, I'm gonna put it on the press and close these gaps a little bit. Alrighty. Next step is set the weld. Where do we do that at, Chloe?
The power hammer.
Nope.
Darn.
Forging press.
Could have just said yes so I could sound cool.
No.
Ah, darn.
While Chloe takes you on a roller coaster ride with the camera.
Yeah. They should do that for video. It should be a roller coaster.
Oh. Two bars. Might have to flip to the other mic. You might want to go ahead and plug up the power to the receiver.
Okay.
And yeah, because it's down to 2 bars too. Hopefully that doesn't cause us any noise.
Because this one had barely
Yeah,
been used.
I guess I could.
I mean, I turned it off pretty much at the beginning of the live.
All right. How are we sounding? Let's get a sound check, please.
Okay. Let me... My live's a little delayed.
You just haven't caught up.
Yeah. Well, that's something from Nene's Art Box. She said it's good.
Oh, good. Thank you. My aimless wanderings. Little bit longer. I forgot I had the gas turned down a little bit. It's close. need to get that gate valve for the forge so we can reduce the airflow. Oh, thank you.
Why do we need a gas valve, Gary?
We don't need a gas valve. We need a gate valve.
Gate valve.
Because on our forge, oh, let me show you. So, right there, the green thing, that's the fan. And that goes up a piece of PVC pipe. Has a junction right there, PVC to steel pipe. And the gas is introduced all the way up at the top at that union joint just after the elbow there. Somewhere in that airline we need a gate valve to regulate the amount of airflow. There's a small airflow regulator on the fan, but it doesn't do very good. And so we're pushing in a lot more air than we need right now. So we have to run the pressures up from the propane in order to not run too lean. Oh. So we could get away with probably 2 to 5 psi on propane pressure on this thing, but instead I'm having to run about 10 for forge welding temperatures. So once we get that gate valve and can regulate our airflow a little bit, we should be able to decrease our fuel costs by more than half as much. Sure will be nice. All right, we're going to give that a few more minutes to soak, and then we'll take it over to the press. All right, let's see how this thing's doing. She ready. right, it's looking good. A minute or two inside the forge, and then we can head over to the power hammer. It's probably fine without the power cord. You're at 63%.
Yeah. It was more of instead of me going back.
Yeah, I
there and
know.
holding
But
it
when
up.
you go to grab it, just disconnect. Shouldn't be long. Listen to the fan. Yeah. That oscillation. All right. Okay, here we go. looking pretty tight. Okay. So now it's time to let it cool a little bit, and then we're going to cut in our ladder pattern on each side. Then we get it back up to forge welding temperature and take it back to the power hammer and compress down all the raised sections back down flat, which brings our pattern up.
Do we want to turn down the forge in the meantime?
Yes, thank you. It's looking pretty good. Oh. Over on the text, I think somebody said something.
They're asking who was filming.
Oh, that would be my daughter, Chloe.
Yeah, there's it's Tori.
Oh, okay. Hi, Tori.
Hi. I don't know how well you can hear me. I think it's pretty obvious that I'm used to being behind the camera, not in front of the camera. So,
That's all right. What's your favorite tool in here, Chloe?
my favorite tool.
What's your favorite tool in the shop?
I've never personally used it except for one time, but I think I kind of like the power hammer. I
Okay.
used it on one 2x4, and it was pretty fun.
What's your least favorite tool?
My least favorite tool, the big belt sander in the grinding shed.
Oh, okay.
I hate spinning tools. They're not my friend. I don't know. I have a vendetta against that forge too. Caught my hair on fire. It was totally my fault. Yeah. You can turn that back away from me now.
Yeah, we started out with Chloe having a microphone on also, but we were hearing her twice.
Actually came out to 4 times.
Oh, Lord. So, yeah, we had some echo from having a second microphone, so we had to take that out. So that's why she's a little bit harder to hear. Let's see how this thing's doing.
I can still see heat rising off.
Can you? Woohoo! Yeah, she's warm. Get a fan on it again. I think this is going to be a really pretty pattern. It's cold here. What's that?
Book club Tori. It was Tori from our book club.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Mom has another friend named Tori that she's been best friends with for like forever. I didn't know which one it was.
Yeah. So much fun waiting for stuff to cool. It's kind of like watching paint dry. It's just a little bit faster.
Maybe make it sound more nice, like waiting for cookies to cool. That's much nicer.
Nah, you just suffer that and burn your mouth. Yeah.
And pizza rolls. Just
Oh,
suffer.
pizza rolls are awful. With the scorching of the mouth. Nothing left.
It's still better than a hot pocket because it'll be one part scorching hot in the middle, it's cold, you're and the next part's hot. You're like, what is this?
For those of you that couldn't hear, Chloe was just talking about Hot Pockets and how parts of it are scorching hot and then other parts are cold. It's getting there.
I can feel some of the heat coming over here from that billet.
Yeah, well, you're also feeling some from the forge too. 'Cause there's a good amount of heat up here. And this is drawing it all down, circulating
I wasn't
it.
feeling it until you put that billet in front of there.
Oh, really?
I was just feeling air, and then it's like it got warm all of a sudden.
It's just about cool enough to work on.
Okay. So then we're going back to the vise.
Yep, we're gonna go back to the vise. We're gonna cut off this end down here, and then grind in our reliefs for our ladder pattern on both sides. Yeah, then take it back to the forge, get it hot, pound it out again.
All right.
Yeah, all right. All right, let's cut that end off and we can grind in for the ladder.
While you do that, I'm going to turn that fan on.
Yeah, do that. Chop, chop. I think my cutoff wheel got a little short. All right, now we can cut in our ladder. Come on. I need to raise the billet up in the vise a little bit so I'm not cutting on my vise. All right, flip it over, do the same thing again. So, I don't know how well y'all can see that, so I'm gonna bring this over. But from the profile there, let's see. Yeah, lighting's a little meh. How about your flashlight, Chloe? Let's get that in on here. Yeah, so you should be able to see now about the depth that that's in. We're just going to do the same thing on the other side. You might get a better view from the other side. Arms need a break for a second. It's looking pretty good though. I think it's going to expose some pretty nice pattern. It's a good thing these are flame retardant shirts.
Hold on, I didn't get it.
It's getting a little warm there. We got it. Now back in the forge. All right, I'm gonna sit and take a little break. I'm feeling a little broke. I'm gonna swing over there as I crab chair walk over. So do we have any questions about the process so far or moving forward? Or is everybody pretty clear on what we're trying to achieve? I'm just going to sit back and relax while I wait for your questions. Ah.
Got a yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, we're clear, or yes, we have questions.
What will you do next?
Well, next, we're going to take the billet over to the power hammer after we've gotten this back up to near forge welding temperature and compress all of the raised parts of the billet back down to meet the where we ground everything down to. So we want to get everything flat again. So right now we've got a bunch of different layers, and then we ground into those layers, right? So we're sitting like this. Let me come in a little bit. We're sitting like this. We've got this area sitting that is ground down below. So I guess it's kind of the other way, right? We have parts sticking up, and we're going to push those down. And what that's going to do is the layers that were in the drop down are going to move up like this, and that's going to expose all those different layers. And they're not going to push just straight up. They're going to push up, and it's also going to push away at the same time. So what you end up with is this elliptical pattern, kind of like raindrops still, but instead of being round, it's elongated. and that'll repeat all the way down the billet. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Awesome. Probably another 2 or 3 minutes. So I should probably cover that, and some of you will get discouraged. I'm not making any swords on this channel. So outside of swords, is there anything in particular that you would like to see me make? I'm curious. Oh, Chloe's got the janky shop chair, and so it just falls down. What?
What about a sword hairpiece?
Oh, a sword hairpiece. Yeah, just like a single pin that looks like a sword. Is that what you're talking about, or something more elaborate than that? Yeah, we could do that. Being honest though, I think probably I would use some of the scrap and I would forge it out into a thinner piece of stock, and then do the rest on the grinder and just grind in just like I would a knife the rest of the way. So there wouldn't be a lot of forging. It would just be drawing it out to a smaller size and longer, and then grinding everything else out. There's a lot of hand sanding and stuff involved with that too, kind of like a knife. But yeah, we could do something like that.
Someone else said feathers or leaves?
Feathers or leaves. Okay, so we're talking more blacksmithing work with that, is that right? Feathers, leaves, hooks. Okay. Yeah, we could do some. I tend to steer toward knives, so I prefer to do that. I certainly don't mind doing some hooks and leaves. I don't think I've done any feathers. I've done a feather pattern Damascus, but I don't think I've actually made any feathers. We could try it. Have I?
Yeah.
One maybe?
Yeah, it was one. It was when you were first starting out.
Okay.
And then you kind of went more to a leaf direction after seeing how it turned out.
Okay. Yeah, leaves are not terrible. We could try some leaves. All right, let's check on this billet. Let's see, I'm pretty sure it's going to be ready, so getting ready to move to the power hammer. All right, here we go. All right, so we need to bring that into the press next. And I guess I need to, hang on, Chloe's having a little trouble with his camera. Let me give her a hand. There you go, better?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna bring this into the press next. And right now it's really wide. And at this stage, we want to start bringing the billet down to the size for the knife. So that would be the height of the knife from blade to spine. And since these are going to be fillet knives, they're going to be pretty thin. So, well, about that tall, right? From the blade to the spine. So we want to get it to about that size. So we're going to have to squish it down, and then it's going to be a lot more press work at this stage, where we got to squish it down and then flip it on its side and kind of flatten it out and back and forth and back and forth. So that's what we'll be working on now. Did you happen to see what fell? I heard something fall.
There was a wrench.
A wrench? Okay.
Also noticed the quenching oil was popping out of the container.
Over.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
It's hitting that hard, huh?
Yes.
Goodness, I see it. That's kind of nuts. All right.
We have another question.
Okay.
Have you thought about making shapes for decorations or something like animals or trees?
Oh. Not really. And to be honest, I'm not sure that I want to jump into that. That might be, I tell you what, if you want to see stuff like that, go check out Black Bear Forge. They do a lot of that kind of thing. A lot of decorative work. Makes a lot of beautiful leaves, and he makes some whimsical creature like the ends of fire pokers, and he's done dragons and trolls and all kinds of stuff. And he's quite an artist. You may want to check him out for that kind of thing. Chloe says she don't want to see me no more.
Well, I figured it was a good spot that you can take a little bit of a break.
Yeah, you didn't hear anything because I had you muted for a minute. Getting ready to put this into the forging press now, though. All right, I got to come in from that side. We're getting a little bit of a banana here. There we go. So I'm sure you can see just how much we squished that down. We probably got a 1/2 inch out of that. So now we're going to keep going. We actually need this to be, I'll be right back, 1 second. Need something to point with. From the bottom there, we probably only want this thing a little less than half of the total height. So this thing's going to grow in length by at least twice. We'll have to cut it. Once it gets to an unmanageable length, we'll cut it and then just keep pulling it out.
Somebody commented a banana emoji. And someone else said it's insane how much it's drawn out from where you started from.
Yeah. What'll really drive you bonkers is if you were to calculate the amount of steel lost, even though it looks like so much more now that it's drawn out. All right. So these are just blocks. Oh, you didn't have it on there. Okay. These are just blocks of steel that they're the same thickness, and I'll use these as stop blocks inside the press. So we'll go in here and we'll just set these like this. This is roughly the thickness that we want, or the height of the blade that we want. So to show you, so it's right at 1 inch, or just over 2.5 centimeters. So those are our stop blocks, prevent us from going too far and give us a really nice consistent sizing. Oh yeah, she's ready. All right, here we go. All right, we're gonna have to heat that up. We're gonna have to heat that up again before we get rid of our banana.
Gloves?
It's just interesting how many different colors are down inside here. You know, it's blue and purple and pink. There's some yellow. And this one's all black and red.
Where
Yeah.
are they putting in the things?
I don't know. Hey, look.
I wonder if this is like scrap fabric almost, just big enough to put in these.
Maybe. Who knows?
But looks like it's obviously dyed, like they was used for something, and they just thought, well, put it in these gloves.
Maybe.
It's kind of smart.
It works.
Better it's how much it's burned off.
Hi, Luna. Hi, Luna. Come on. You say hi. You say hi. This is our buddy. What you doing, Miss Luna? Hey, Murphy. What you doing, old man? Hey there. Yeah. Oh, stinky dog. All right. Let's get a little more pressing out of this thing. Get our banana fixed. Oh yeah, starting to see some of that pattern coming out. All right, so now we look down this, we can see how much thicker that is than it was before. And it's because we're pressing it down and we're compressing it so it's squishing out to the sides. And but yeah, the pattern is starting to pop out. Really starting to be able to see it. But I think we're at the stage now where we need to cut this thing in half and weld another nib onto the other side, and then we need to get it into the power hammer and draw it out and get it down to a more manageable thickness again, because we're getting pretty close to the height. All right, let's see what we got. So let's call it 19.5 inches. Woo, burning it up, burning it up. So 19.5 inches, that's 49.5 centimeters.
Equals 24.75 centimeters.
24.75 centimeters. Okay. No. 24.5, you said?
24.75.
Oh, 0.75. Okay. It's going to be interesting to mark. My silver pencil is what I need. You see if you can find a silver pencil?
Yeah.
Probably in the toolbox in the grinding shed. Okay. So looking at the thickness and the height where we're at right now, I think we're going to get almost double, almost, not quite, double in length again. Because we want to take this to about half the thickness, but we still need to squish it down a bit too. So, yeah. Probably almost half the length again. Which is really going to elongate out that ladder pattern. So it'll be a lot more ovular pattern, stretched out, almost circular by the time we're done, I think. Got a pretty gnarly. Okay, so this is actually from where the hammer's at right here. Let's see. Yeah, back to here. Which looks like it's maybe a touch more than an inch. Yeah, about an inch and a quarter. That's actually not a part of this part of the billet. That was part of the nib that we welded on. So we gotta retake that measurement. So we're looking at, say 46. That's all right. 46. Give me a half of 46, please. 23. Great. Okay. There's a pencil down there. Actually, might be able to mark it with this. That would work. All right, so you said 23?
Yes.
There we go. There we get a mark. Get this chopped down, put another nib on the other side, and keep rolling. Found something? That'll work. It'll work. Use that. Switch off to the right helmet. Alrighty. First one should be ready in just a moment. No. Yeah, I guess the power hammer first, yeah. Probably will be.
I think I can study it with the camera. 'Cause I noticed when you were doing some of the work over there, it was jumping the camera and I was able to study it with my hands.
I don't think you'll be able to with that power hammer going.
Maybe later. I'll try it.
I don't think you will. I know you won't. It's way too much vibration.
I'll be up there until I can get over there.
know, you can hit the pop out on that chat, and you can just set OBS and chat.
I was looking at the views.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, like, you don't actually have to have that up. The YouTube. Okay, let's get this drawn out. All right, now's where we need our little spacer blocks. Make sure we don't take her down too much.
So it did surprisingly well as long as I was on this side of this part of the shop.
Yeah.
I did testing while you were, I could feel all the vibration right here. As soon as I stepped over this line, it was gone.
Huh.
So as long as the camera's on that side of this, and I guess where this crack is at,
Right.
it was fine.
Huh. Okay. Well, that's kind of cool.
Because I was feeling it, and I was like, I'm not feeling this thing shake while I was holding it. Here's what happens.
Right on.
Pretty well.
Luna? Luna Gray? Hi, Luna.
Wants her daddy.
Good girl. Yeah. All right. I think we're pretty done with the power hammer. It's mostly just press work now.
Okay. Alright.
Just get it all down to size and yeah. All right, here we go. All right, that one's ready. Now that one's ready. All right, folks. I think that's going to wrap that up for today. We need to let these things cool down kind of slowly. Chloe, you want to angle that up a little bit? We're going to let these things cool down a little bit slowly. Let them come down just to air temperature. And we can't rush it along with a fan. Then we need to clean them up and take them a little higher, or grind them down a little bit, and then take them up in grits with sandpaper so that they have a smoother grind, so that we can dip them and show you the pattern. So, not sure exactly how we'll do that. Maybe we'll just, let's see. Pattern's really looking good. I doubt the camera's going to be able to pick it up, but you'd have to take the camera out. You'd have to take the camera out of that. And you can kind of see. Got it?
Yep.
All right. You can kind of see the pattern starting to show. I think you want to come from this side because the light's on your side. I don't think it's coming out on the camera.
No. I could maybe grab my flashlight.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see because it's a finer pattern.
Right there.
Yeah, you can kind of see it there.
Yep.
In any case, we'll get some images up for you and show you what that's going to look like. But that'll probably be tomorrow before we're able to get those images up. So we'll see you again then. We'll put something up for you so you can see what these things turned out to be. Thank you for joining us. See you.